Hello, good afternoon, welcome. I am so horrendously distracted. Not only did we push the start button 20 seconds late, I actually forgot to boost the volume of my music for the first track. I haven't started the server yet for one very simple reason. We know a Temple Storm is coming, and because I've updated the server with a few extra mods, I know that it's going to be imminent within 60 seconds of us actually, or the server going up. So I didn't bother restarting the server. So you will have to bear with while the server loads. Okay. There's the world generator. And now it's telling me that the configuration is ready, so let's close down Putty. Here we go. Okay, I need to get food. I need to get make sure we have chiseling supplies on us. I think I also need a little bit of drink. I definitely know that food is low. Come on. I don't want to spawn immediately into the heavy temple storm that we know is imminent. I'd actually like to see the imminent message. There we go, heavy temple storm is imminent. Right, we are upstairs, we have chiseling supplies, we need to get downstairs. We need food. It's night time. It's becoming daytime, but it'll be nighttime by the time, or still be nighttime by the time. We have some healing supplies. Let's make sure we're topped up. Okay. So, the reason I wanted the chisel is because these ones specifically. Resizable. Give me a plain. I reckon if it tried, it could probably hit me through this. This is going to be really hard. Okay. There's nothing in there at the minute. Did he get all 6 blocks? Good. Okay, we're going to have to replace those blocks and that one there. Taking that out is going to cause the rock above to fall. See some of the spikes. What I want to be able to do is I want visibility through here so that I can harvest the creatures that are dead on there while being stuck in here. But obviously if we get too close, they can thwap us through the wall. They are basically bouncing up to the door though, which is a good and a bad thing. So the wobbliness does not help. Okay, let's bring that in line. Oops, that is not the section I was trying to remove. There we go. Obviously can't open the door. That would cause bad times. The stuff that's directly behind the door is just going to be a pain. I don't think we can get that one way or the other. Because I also don't want them to be able to throw stones at me. Aiming through these holes is also very hard. What is our inventory full? Our inventory's full. What's that doing all the way up there? Is this already broken? Has it already yeeted my see that? I just don't know. There we go. We made a mess of this. I wonder how my temporal stability hasn't got anywhere near low enough yet. This should be a heavy storm. Actually, yeah, we can do that. I was going to say we're probably safe to get outside, but I don't think so. It's 8 o'clock. The rate that these are spawning still makes me think that it's still dark out. We must have an angle on that thing. There we go. How are we going to do this? I think same sort of idea. I think we just need to have probably a few more extra holes. Either just a long horizontal slit. The problem is obviously the warbliness makes this all very, very hard to judge. I'm surprised none of them have made their way behind me. Does the ladder actually prevent their descent? Possibly. Well, since there's a bit too many things spawning, we'll just quickly do a thing or two in here. 10 isn't good enough. We'll put that down here for later. I've still not been able to figure out what the requirement is for this one and this one. Because I just popped one at, what was it? 4 hours. And I think it gave me one of these. So I think I've misunderstood how this works. I've always been going for 24 hours to get another smoked meat in order to get one of these. That's consistently worked. And I managed to get one of these and some of these while testing to like hour numbers. But I did this one at 3 hours 55-ish because I was hoping 4 hours would give me this one. But instead it gave me this one. Which just confuses me no end. Because if we get another one of these, then we should be able to get a decent boost to the multiplier. Because, so far as I can tell, these work basically the same as shiny fish. In that these multipliers multiply each other. So while you do want as many as possible as the highest tier one, you do want a spread of them nonetheless. And I reckon if I get one more of those, I might get a plus, an extra, it might make it 611. Be enough to make it 611. But I can't for the life of me figure out what time I need for that meat. Do the 2 rolls. And then we shall leave it. So yeah, the thing that I'm doing here again is I'm back on trying to get the giant mobs I need for this achievement. We've got another 5 so far. We accidentally got 1 somewhere else. I'm going to wait until we can get, or we get 1 more on this. And then I'll send my Void Walker back to where everyone else is farming. Everyone needs a 250,000 kills on here for a quest here that'll get me additional, I think it's mostly gaming accelerators. Six-hour gaming tokens. 8 hours, I forget which. And I'm aware I've left it open. I'm going to close it in a second. And the number of enemies outside has gone down. I think we're still in the middle of the temple. Yeah, we're not waning yet. I could hear them up there. I reckon if they tried to swipe at me, they would hit me. Okay, there we go. The Shiver will try to swipe at me there. So we do need to be at least a little bit careful. I think we're going to be able to harvest the Shiver through this hole. We're going to need to make another one. Extra temple gear. Nope, that's a drifter. Yeah, we can't see the Shiver from there. I can't see the Shiver from there, and I can't see it from here. Oh, we did get it. I mean, an option is to do a line down here. Okay, the storm is waning. And then we can crouch, and that works. I think that actually works better. I think that's the way we'll do it. I'm not going to be able to fill the rest of this back in until the storm's gone. So let's remove some of this so it's a little bit easier for us to fit it back in later. And if we do this, then we don't really need the door there. Okay, it is not safe yet. There's at least one inside the house. It's not immediately nearby. Okay, I was worried about that. The hell? How did they all miss him? I was aiming directly at him. Wouldn't sound like they all fired. Where did you go? Foxy. Did you wander? You did wander. I'd rather you didn't make your way outside. Not at the minute. Okay. So yeah, they've changed that, and for some reason that has broken that. Which bit is it? sure. There's an update to this mod. Okay, the bit that's broken is that one. Probably means the same over there. We'll fix that in a bit. We need to sort our inventory. Let's make sure that we don't have hostiles elsewhere. Alright, yeah. I know that's up there. Okay. Oops, I didn't mean to close that door. I can't let you outside. I know you're trying to chase a bird that's out there. I heard it. But if I let you outside, you could fall into the spike trap. And that would be all kinds of bad. But I'm surprised the bird hasn't fallen into the spike trap. It's very, very close. You get away. Okay, whoops. First things first, we'll cover up the spike trap. And if it wants to come out and kill the bird, it can come out and kill the bird. Let's go get it. Hopefully it doesn't try to follow me down here. I don't think it'll get... Yeah, no, we should make sure it doesn't or can't. Okay, you're semi-domesticated, so you will try to follow us eventually. If we get too far away. I think that's how you'll work. Yep. So that's how the domestication of these animals work. Once you get to or at a certain point, once they've decided that they like you, if you get too far away from them, their AI will move into a state where they will just try to move towards you. Doesn't look like that AI is particularly smart about getting around obstacles. But if we can get that thing inside, I can finish off what I'm doing down there. Are you trying to get towards me and I'm just unable to? I don't think so. Here we go. You were so close. I can't nudge you inside. There we go. In you go. The bird's dead. Don't stand on those. Okay, good. They don't hurt you. They hurt me. Okay. Let's repair this. That's strange. we can get a little bit further back here, we have a little bit more range, but I think... I don't know why the, why this bit's being rendered blue. Okay, yeah, we can get at something that's by the door there. There's no need for this bit. Just so long as we can get visibility on everything, that's all that really matters. Okay. Let's put this stuff away. I'm going to go the long way around just so that we can get it out of that room, or get the fox out of that room. Some of this goes upstairs, some of it goes over there. Is there another bird out there or something? The stick away. Then we'll deal with that. We move where we were keeping the sticks. The sticks are here. Okay, so yes. It was only a week ago that I was playing with this. Do I actually have to, yeah, break it like that? There we go, that one's correct now. Hammer. Good. And it's this one and this one. If we break that, it will correct that. And then we can just reassemble everything once we're back up again. Okay. One spell. Let's attach that to there. Just these two that were broke. Just these two that were broke. Okay, fixes that. So, general plan for today is We have decided that we don't like how the roof looks from down here. More specifically, it looks way too flat. It needs to protrude upwards more. We already decided that we don't like how the banister looks, and that's fine. Thoughts on what we can do? This entire ring isn't insulating, so we can actually lower that. So I might do a little bit of chiseling on the edge of that to bring it inwards a little bit towards the top. And I'm thinking that the roof is just going to have to be too tall, and probably the invert steepness of that, so 2 up for 1 across, rather than 2 across for 1 up. That's what I'm thinking we'll need to do. As for what we'll be doing on the inside, I do not know. Okay, good, we got you out of here. You pathed correctly, but didn't figure out the rest of it. I would also like to go hunting some wyverns. If for no other reason, then we have updated Draconis, and they have added in a new kind of dragon that spawns in more temperate areas. Sorry, not temperate areas, tropical areas. Or the egg for which spawns in more tropical areas. So there's every possibility that it will now be a little bit easier for us to actually find a dragon egg. Because they do retroactively spawn. Okay. I also want to... that's right. I want to make a go at finding some white marble, and for that my plan is going to require we have the dig spell. I think we only need it at tier 1, but we are going to need the dig spell. What am I in here for? This is not the right room. That's what I need. Oh, that's why the blue shading is there. It's me. I'm causing the blue shading. There we go. Tidied up. We did lose most of the day to the temple storm, and then all of this little bits and pieces here and there, but that's fine. We have low rift activity, so it's not like we need to worry about it. Okay. time hasn't passed since our last stream because I didn't want to skip the Temple Storm. I didn't want to stream extra, so server's been paused. You need another saddle break. Okay. I have no idea what the... I think it's a Coppertail is the new dragon type. I have no idea what that looks like. But I don't know if I'll be annoyed or tickled if we manage to find and train the dragon before we manage to find the materials to build them their saddle. Your granite stone and you're full. Okay, dried blueberries. So yeast. Cranberry yogurt. Which we're hoping won't cure in there. That one we do want to cure, and they're empty barrels. Okay, back to the roof. So this all looks very nice in here, but we do need the roof itself to be taller so it's more visible. Which means we're going to have to redo all of this. And we did trim down some of this anyway, didn't we? That is not right. There we go. Huh? Did we just fall through the glass, or is that glass not there? No, we just fell through the glass. Okay, that's all that glass back to a square. This glass was already a square. This glass is a square. undoing all our work. It is necessary. So, I think we do. How can I restore this easily? We can do it that way. If we go like this and we put height -1 voxel, and that's going to delete the entire thing. If we move snap to grid, destroy. And then snap to grid and set it to the entire block size. No. Damn, not gonna work as nicely as I was hoping it would. I change you back to a plane. It's a pillar, it's not a plane. There we go. I would like a vertical plane. Can you really not do that? There we go. And we don't like this at all, mostly because of the colour. It's too dark. I don't think I can get underneath that to fix it. How was that anywhere near where I was aiming? There we go. These bits we can get. To fix these, we would need to be able to get underneath them. Okay. Let's get it to just a straight line to start with, and then we'll work from there. Okay, that doesn't look too bad on the outside. Oh, I think it's resizable chisel. Let me check my mods list. In fact, let me post my mods list into Twitch chat because I keep forgetting to do that. One moment. Copy that, paste that in there, and let me just check. Better chisel. It is better chisel that has given me that customizable chisel size. Which we are about to use to our advantage. Okay, don't snap it to grid. Bring it down to 12. Ah, we should have done the upper bit as well. We're not going as deep, but it's the same thing. Now it's down to 10. Oopsie daisy. Yeah, it's been on my list to add for a while, and they have said that they've updated it, so it should now work. But I've not tried it. And I'm also not sure I'd actually even use it at this point. So it remains on my maybe list. You know what? I like that idea. What if I leave that there? Just to add a little bit of extra distinction on it. I already have way too many animal mods. I have the entire Fawn of the Stone Age mods set in it, which unfortunately don't behave well. Their AI isn't great, even if their models are quite good. Nah, still doesn't quite look right to me. Fair enough. Back to the original plan. Oops. There you go. That'll do, and at least that should now be noticeable from down there. I think we just do the same with the glass. Do we want too thick glass in the long run? No, we'll raise up the middle part of the glass. The glass will only be one thick. I actually don't think glass cares. I had a very small amount of glass and it still considered it insulating. Because it doesn't, or when you chisel glass, it doesn't actually tell you if it's insulating or not. Whereas any other kind of chisel block does tell you that. Okay, so next question is, do we go for a double thick roof? So yeah, it's not going to be a problem sealing it, but we do need to find a little bit more glass. I don't think we have any spare anymore. Well, not unless we pick up something elsewhere. Yeah, that's the last. We're running out of fire bricks, so we'll borrow the stuff from the hallway. I want to add something to the glass so that it has some kind of frame on it. Chisel me a slab. Not that way round. Chisel me a that way kind of slab. Okay, depth 1, 14. Snap to grid. And here comes the hard bit. Doing this when I can't really see what I'm doing. And then just hoping we get it right. At least this bit we can see. It's this bit that is a bit trickier. I thought this was vanilla. I mean, maybe I'm wrong on that. I thought this is just what happened if you chiseled glass. It removed the edges from it. There. Okay, that puts the glass in line. I'd still like to get some kind of frame on it. And we should chisel the inside as well. Do I have some spare? We do. Do this from the reverse. Actually, no, that's wrong. Damn, it's not letting me add it back. Well, that's going to be very annoying. I have to hit specifically the underside of it. That's one. And then we need to check the room integrity. There we go. You can kind of see it. Debug rooms highlights. Yeah, still valid. Okay, I think that's fine. We need the sun to come up to make sure that we don't mind it from the outside, but the inside looks fine. Oh, very high rift activity. So we best finish off this part of things. I'm surprised I have not been shot in the back yet. I know they're out there. I've seen them. There's a rift there, there's a rift there, there's a bunch of drifters all over the place, but I think I'm too far away for them to throw rocks at me. That thing there absolutely has line of sight and is in range, but for some reason is leaving me be. Couldn't complain. Maybe I'm just too high up. Or Mercury, maybe I am just too far away. Okay. And if we want, we can always bring the top down a bit in the long run. But this will give us an idea from our screenshot position. We do need to figure out what we're going to do about the banister or the railing that needs to go around here. We can't use these blocks, they're too dark, they don't look right. We could try non-chiseled stone, I think that one is lighter. But do we have any left? No, we've used all our non-chiseled stone. I don't think it's going to look right if we make it out of sandstone brick. Okay, and we can technically still climb that. What are we going to do about the lantern? It ideally wants to be where it is, just on the roof. I don't really want to connect it to the glass. I mean, for this room, we can hook it there. Maybe we put it on the wall instead? There is a lantern right outside here. So I don't think we're going to have spaces dark enough to spawn mobs if we do it that way. Downstairs the lanterns are on the roof, but that's not a problem. That's going to be trickier. We're going to need to punch this one out using this first. Actually, no. They want to be slabs. These want to be punched out like that. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Gonna have to do that bit separately because that's going to require a little bit more finesse. actually sort of liking the way that these protrude. I don't think I need, or I don't think I'm going to make them as uniform as that as a result. I think I will still bring them in a little bit. Wait. Something is wrong. I see. There we go. Better. Let's... Just as a little bit of random detailing. Problem is that we're going to have to also duplicate that all the way over there. And in 2 bits there and there. Which is easier said than done when we have no way to easily duplicate things. I think that's about right. That bit's correct. That bit's correct. That bit's correct. And if that's all correct, then this mirrored side should be. I did it the way before. Okay, now we just need the sun to come up so we can make sure that this looks okay from a distance. And if it does, then we can get to work on filling in the rest of the outside with what polished rock we have. Actually, no. We can do that during the night. We should head over to our sandstone quarry and get some more sandstone. Let me go get some food and a shovel. Where are you? There you are. Yes, that actually wants to be wood. That's glass, that's glass. We'll pick up that one because we need to bring this up. This is all wood. Not a very high rift activity, so we might get a bunch of obelisks. Yep, there's one there, there's one there, I can just see them. Okay, that glass is still there. Glass there, more sandstone here. And this is the corner bit. Okay, let's see if we have some more redwood planks ready. Nope, not ready. In fact, we're going to need cut down another redwood tree soon. Yes, we also got to do the detailing work in here. Okay. Is it worth me doing the detailing work before we got the glass? We can't do it anyway because we'd need a bit more sandstone. That bit there needs sandstone in it. Okay, that's fine. Let's put away some things and gather things that we need to go quarrying with. I do need the hammer. It should last long enough. Its durability is low, but I think it should be fine. I don't need the scaffolding. Isn't this chest empty? Yeah. Why? Why are you up here? That lot in there. One sec, I just need to recollect the client so that it fixes the location of the inventories. I don't know why it sometimes gets shunted to the wrong location. I did not see that. Am I offline or is that the authentication server offline? One moment, please. When I said I mean my server. No, I think it's the authentication server. My server looks like it's fine. It's overloaded, but it's fine. Yeah, it's the authentication server that didn't respond. But for whatever reason, that didn't get logged to the server console. That will, however, have despawned all of the rifts. You in the right place now? Better. That makes me wonder whether or not the one that is in my Temple Storm bunker is now in the wrong place because we moved it after it broke last time. Yeah, it's supposed to be there. Okay, let's make a fresh meal since everything else we have in storage is going to be fine for a while. They're going to take too long. Some berries. Although, may have to make a salad. Salad may be the way to go. We don't have any meat for a salad, but we can put cheese in the salad, and breadcrumbs in the salad, and salt in the salad. So any 2 chopped vegetables. We can put fruit in, but only 1 slot of. Cheese. Breadcrumbs, salt. Although, salad would accept this rather than breadcrumbs. And we haven't got any spare breadcrumbs anyway. Cheese. Salt is upstairs. Can I put gelatine in a salad? Yogurt meal? No, compote. We do actually have wine. So yeah, that's a 4-slot meal. Do we have the syrup? I don't think I really have the spare syrup to be doing that, though. Those will keep for long later to do something else with. Cheese goes there. Carrots. Do I want to put in salt for preservatives? No, we don't need to do that. We can seal the second one, and the first one will be gone by the end of the stream. And we could put honey on as a topping rather than having a 4th vegetable. A 3rd vegetable, rather. We actually have one up here. Chopped veg. Cooking pot. Plenty of honey. We got some blackcurrant syrup. We'll save the honey. We'll use some blackcurrant syrup. There we go. Seal one of them for later. That in there to make it keep it a little longer. That's our meal for the trip. It's only going to last 19 hours. Didn't use anything that didn't have that much. I expected it to last more, or at least a day. I know salad does not keep, which is fine. Yeah, never mind. We should bring a bottle of spoiled milk with us then. Okay, we have our pickaxe, all the rest of our supplies that we need already in the boat. Rifts have gone down to medium. Oh. 8 days remain. Why'd you have to do that? That one actually hurt. Bo's okay, I was okay. Shouldn't need the shovel. That was it. I was going to grab something that could give me a little bit of healing. I was going to grab one of these or something. Let's have that one. Okay, we have food, we have drink. Let's head over to where the sandstone is. And if we're going to do that, may as well. Okay, so we got the kill that I needed. Don't really want to hang around. Yeah, 12. Okay, you can stop. And you can go join your family over here. I'll have you manually farming here for a while. Although I might pop one of these just to catch you up a little. Let's adjust our angle. About 45 degrees that away. We'll get the map out in a minute. Did I have you on the wrong settings? Right. We have you on that. What's the difference in kills per hour between that and this? Fair amount. Do I need a drop from these ones? I know I still need a drop from the other ones, but we got their recipe. That we're probably going to get just over the course of fighting these monsters. Yeah, I don't think I need the extra drop rate. Damage multipliers from them. That's an AFK multiplier, isn't it? And we're going to be actively farming this one. Yes. So we can replace that with whichever one of these gives me the better crystal spawn chance. Quickly come in here. Now maximizing experience from this. 12 there, 12 there. There's an 8 there that's... Yeah, that's build rate. Let's pull that off. Don't want to get rid of that one. That's flaggy. Okay, I think we'll get rid of this one. The default settings, assuming your world settings are on 1.21. Oceans aren't that common. I think land coverage is still at 95% on 1.21 default. On 1.20 defaults, land coverage is 100%, so you'll never find an ocean. About here. We're a bit too far that way, so we do want to be heading for that. It'll depend upon when or what version your world was generated on. I think I have this set to 50% world, or 50% of the world is an ocean. And then there's another one, landmass scale is, I think, 300%, or to try and make it so that there's large continents. Is that information in the mod page? No, but it is on my Discord, I think. World settings. The world is 50% water, yeah. Is what I have it set on. So we do have nice large areas of land separated by large bodies of water. It also makes it highly likely you'll spawn in the middle of the sea. If you're playing single player, you can do it via a console command. It will cause some funkiness in terrain generation at the edges. You'll get chunk borders effectively, like Minecraft. I think it tries to smooth it out, but it will still end up being weird. But you can change it post-generation. I don't need the wedge chisel, you just need the normal one. Just be mindful, when you have a large ocean, there's a high probability that the game will just spawn you in the middle of the sea, in the middle of an ocean. Which is one of the reasons I created starting, or one of the things I added to my mod, Skidding Server Utilities, is start an inventory. So on my server, everybody starts with a raft and an oar. And then a temporal gear, so that when they do find land, they can bind themselves to it. Nope, because this isn't Minecraft. That's what temple gears are for. And they are not that hard to come by. I think we keep going down the line. Grab myself some ladders. Oh, wait. We'll finish the thing first. Everything in a proper order. Get 4 lots and see how that does us. Stop causing a cave-in on our little entranceway. That might actually be a drifter trying to pass after me. If it's not an animal trying to get angry. There you are. Oops. We are not allowed to carry these any distance. That's how I think that they should be, or this mod should be, balanced. You should be forced to work them where they are, or suffer a significant movement penalty for trying to shift them. So I make a conscious decision not to bring them back with me. I must process them here. Eventually, there's not going to be any dirt left over there for you to cause a cave-in from. All you're doing is making it harder for me to get out. Two, three, four. We have access to meteoric, aren't we? And so we could make a much bigger one now if we wanted to. Alright, I think we have enough inventory space to just do this as is. A rift must have spawned somewhere up there. The only reason there would be so many of them. It is now 9 o'clock. It's not the middle of the day yet, but the sun should be properly out at this point. Okay, good. This doesn't use the durability of the hammer. Seriously? Didn't I kill you? Ah, no. They ascended. Okay. Look at the mess they made. Okay, we haven't messed up the path out though. I beg your pardon. Get away from my boat. Okay. Should be a rapidly direction. We need to make some more of these. Anything else wants to stay on our inventory? Okay. The thing we didn't get around to the last time was loading up all the other characters. Specifically just one of them. We need to quickly load up this one. Swap you over, run that. Swap you back. And empty your inventory and go back to you. Okay. How on target are we? 200, 500, we are a bit too far that way. I wonder if cobblestone would suit. Why is recipe search not working? Oh, because my cursor's technically looking at something else. We should probably just try with base sandstone first. This is for the railing that's going to go up along the top of the house. Oh, we forgot to bring that chest back in. That's fine. Okay, so when we need a whole bunch of sand for plaster, we actually have a whole bunch over there. Good to know. We still missed. Okay, so it's a dark spell. Higher tiers are just bigger, isn't it? So yeah, I only need a 3x3. So I'll have to get that spell. Okay, let's have a look. You can't tell the glass is there. So I am going to have to add something to the glass. It still doesn't look quite right from a distance. It looks the right size, the problem is more the colour. Maybe it would look better if this top ring was closer to it. I don't know why the sandstone block is such a darker colour, or the polished sandstone block is such a darker colour than the bricks and the base colour. No, they're not going to be giving birth for a long time. My sheep are pregnant, which would give access to more milk. We have the hammer and the chisel on us. We have the hammer on us. Did we leave the chisel here? Probably. Yep, okay, that's good. That's fine. Have a look at that. Okay, from down here that looks better. Okay, yeah, that looks better. And if I wanted to, I could chisel it in by one, and that would actually remove the surface texture. My issue was that I didn't really like, or I kind of wanted it to be like bricks going up. But I don't think I can do what I'd need to. Which means we're going to have a whole bunch of this spare, and we're about to then use all of this just to replace that. So we'll have to go back and get some more. But we can soften up the edges. Detailing is not my strength. I have to figure out something else to do with this brick. We was going to make the windmill over there out of wood. Maybe make it out of this stuff instead now. We'll have to check to make sure that this doesn't mind being chiseled too much. Imagine we've dropped a bunch down there, so we'll collect it all up in a minute. I don't know whether or not we're going to need to replace the middle line to make this all look right now, though. Might need to make the chimney one taller, but we'll figure that out later. Yeah, we lose 2 stacks to just replacing this. I should have bought more. I knew we would have needed more anyway. Although, heading over there at night is not a good idea. Oops. We got the frame. Yeah, the frame's fine. Not the pickaxe. Try again. Right, let's go connect all this stuff. We got a penny down there. Doesn't look like it. Some could have fallen on the top of this. Okay, that's fine. Okay. How does this look over here? You float. Whoops. God, that was just ordinary dirt. Okay, I think that's going to be fine. I can't remember whether there's going to be 3 up to the first floor. Or whether I was going to bring the windmill out more. I want to put a slope on this. It does. If you fill the output slots, it will try to yeet it out one of the sides in succession. So it'll actually go around. So because we need one side for an input, then it'll actually only run every 4 or 3 times out of every 4. And then it will drop it out into these, which will collect it up into there. Yeah, I don't have the inventory space to move that. But now we can make the ground floor. I know we do need to go 1 higher for the door. And then we can start sloping things. And maybe make the rest of it out of wood. We can always reorient the ladder so it's facing on the other side. The only thing that's important is that that platform there exists, because that's where I take my screenshots from. My YouTube thumbnail updates every stream based upon what things look like at the end of the stream before. And that platform is my screenshot taking platform. We can put the door on the inside, and then we can bring this part of the wall back to there. We forgot to replace the bit of dirt. You can put a chest directly next to them. Actually, no, because these go down. Yeah, you would need to hopper them down into either straight into a chest or into a chute. Because I want 1 chest, and we can't get a output over here anyway, I have 3 hoppers into 3 chutes that go to another chute that drops it into there. I think... How far is it? I think they can go horizontal 3 blocks before it gets jammed. So you don't need it this close. I could have put it here and it would have been fine. The input chest needs to be above the chute. It's working on the concept of momentum. So it needs to have some sort of vertical momentum to go sideways any distance. The wiki can give you the specifics that I may have got wrong. Okay, we have enough sandstone now to put it in a barrel. Do we have an empty one? Yes, because we used a whole bunch of slates for that thing over there. Let's clear the junk out of our inventory. We should work on the handrail again next, just so that I can get that looking right and be happy with the entirety of how we want to do the roof. We obviously don't have the glass to do the rest of it. Still need to figure out something to frame the glass with. That's not that much of a problem. This is my pit kiln area. Oh yes, I forgot we were making these, and then we found out that we didn't need to make these, we could just make glass ones. I'll find a place for them nonetheless. Right. That goes in there. That goes inside. Yes, this all goes inside. We need more arrows as well. I think, did we use all of our iron? On the last batch of it we made? Wait until that one's done, put that in there, because then we can start replenishing that lot. That hammer is almost dead. Put it in the kitchen. We have some spare shelf place in the kitchen. Oh, we can't put bottles up there. Go there for now then. Okay. Dirt. That away. Let's check on our iron. How much of it have we got left, if anything? Some meteoric iron. Tin, copper. Nope, what iron we had we've used, which means we'd need to go mine some more to make some more arrows. Unless I want to make them out of meteoric iron instead, but then they won't stack with my current supply. Yeah, it's the bind and the handle on that. Do I have a spare handle? Yeah. Let's just break it down. There's not enough left of that handle to worry about it, so... I do have enough to make one. So we can make some more iron if we need to. Attach the handle to the head. Add the binding. Good as new. Okay, let's get some mana back and think. We probably have the time left to get down there or get back over to there. But no, we'll wait till tomorrow and then bring back a bunch more. Tomorrow in game. We'll see if we can't figure out how we want the upstairs or the railing and the roof to look. I think the problem we had with the last attempt was just that we made it too thick. I want this to be high enough that I can't accidentally climb over it. Okay, so that's how high it needs to be. I think we're going to need to pull that back strip out. Just to get rid of the texture. I want to do this. I think this is still going to be too thick. Okay, 2 pixels of texture to 1 voxel. We are so going to fall off the roof. The best way to do this is going to be to manufacture these elsewhere and then move them up here. Hi, Zero. This I can just do with this. Width, height. Let me pick this lot up and move it inward a little bit so I can get around the other side without worrying too much about falling off. Okay. That doesn't go there. That goes there. These go here. That goes there. should allow me to see them from this side. One, two, three. Figure out a more optimal way to duplicate this once I'm happy with the actual general look of it. Okay. adds a whole bunch of extra work to do that. And is that actually central? Yeah, that is central. It just doesn't look central due to the fact that there's going to be a bigger gap between these two. But let's make a second one. Depth of 2. The question is whether or not this will look good from far away. At the minute I'm questioning the size of the hole, but I'm not worried too much about that. Depth 2. Turn that into a chisel block. Okay, 5 wide. Technically 8 high, 2 deep. If I was doing this from below, it might be okay. Wouldn't require us to shrink the size. Although that said, too high. That looks okay from here. We'll see whether or not it looks any good from down there then. Everything up here is lit up well enough that we should be able to tell even in the dark. What are you trying to kill? You were clearly hunting something. You stop caring. It looks like it wants to aim at me. It's making the animation for I am a charge in my bow. Can you not spawn a rift in the middle of my farm, please, game? It's very, very rude. I need that. Okay, you can see it. Now it kind of looks a bit too thin. Maybe too tall. Come up from down here. Do you mind? I'm trying to do construction work. Okay, I think it's a bit too close to the edge, but that may be a problem with the edge being too square. If we shift the whole thing back by maybe just one voxel will do it. Something about it doesn't quite look right, and I think it's too close to the edge. I harvest them. No, I didn't. They're still in there somewhere. It's too wide, so we already chiseled off this bit. That would move it to here. Maybe we move it in by 1 and we make it 1 thicker. Should only really change 1 thing at a time. Now we starving. Let's once again try and hunt something. We picked up the axe, that's not helpful. I did something wrong here. Was I supposed to have left it like that? I was. So I did bring it in a bit too far. Okay. Depth 2. Jump from the bottom up. That's why it looked a bit weird. Because it's not aligned properly. Get up. Okay. How are you? Do not need this junk. But he sideswiped me. Okay. Why was it happy to add there, but it doesn't want to add here? Let's just make sure that this is the right distance away. Okay, that's 4 from the edge. 1, 2... That is also 4 from the edge. Yeah, no, it's just being weird. Irritating, fair enough. We'll do it this way then. 1 deep, 2 by 2 wide. Okay, that still looks fine here. Let's see if it's acceptable from outside. Hopefully it is. Who or what are you trying to kill? Okay, that does look better. Because it doesn't look like it's right up against the edge. Okay, I like that. That'll do. Let's just make sure it looks fine from the position. And we are actually at break time, so it's helpful. Okay, yeah. I like that. It's good enough. It'll do. Now we just have to duplicate both the roof and that all the way around the edge. The roof at least is easy to turn into a simple process. We've already done that. You definitely want to be hunting something. Now you're following me. No, you're not. I'm going to leave the door open, but if you die, that's on you. Here, I'll even leave the back door open. If you want to path out here... Yeah, the Devouring Void. The Devouring Void will eat him. No, if you want to get around the back, you have to find your way around the back. And then if you die to the Devouring Void, that's your fault. Yeah, I am. I'm going to do what I did last time. That's not depth. Not from here, it's not. What's anything? Snap to grid. So it's height. Nibble the top off. And then the subtlest of smoothing. Wait, how's that worked? That would imply that this is wrong. Two, 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 two. 1, 1. Oh, I've missed. it is almost impossible to see. But if you look carefully, I took out the section behind where I was aiming. There we go. This is the most subtle of changes. It'll do. Okay, so we have a roof. We just need to build the rest of it. Okay, it's 5 o'clock. Hello, Mayo. So I'm going to go get myself a fresh cup of tea. I'll be back in about... I think we're relative... Actually, no, because a elemental could come up here. I better put myself inside. I will get myself a fresh cup of tea. I'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes, so I'll see you in a bit. Okay, we back. Alright, let's put some things away. We need to go back sailing to our sandstone quarry. Oh, we never put the hoe back after we broke the wall. We need to sharpen the chisel. Not the one on our inventory, the one in here. Now, what were you doing over here? Killing something? I don't see a dead thing. Okay. Probably going to have to replace this after this particular trip. We do not need this chisel with us though. Alrighty then. Who goes away? We get on the boat. Food. We need to get food. We shouldn't need any more than a plate full. I think we still have, yep, fresh milk. Say fresh. Oh, that's actually almost 100% spoiled. Let's get some more spoiling milk. Forget how many days those need. Please don't hurt me. It costs me health. Thank you. 8 left. Not that we have the materials for the saddle, but still. I'm not planning on actually doing the rest of the roof today. I'm going to go get the materials for it, but I want to go for a run after we've got back with the materials. You run over to... Alright, yeah, we need to put down something else against the wall first if we want to put the chisel against the wall. Not the chisel, the hoe. I want to go for a run to see if we can't find a coppertail dragon egg, or some wyverns to hunt. With a saddle for that. Okay. Everything else should be in here. The only problem with doing the kills this way is that if we do it AFK, then AFK kills count, but manual kills, 1 is 1 rather than multiplied. Because I want the gaming fertilizer 10 times over. 1 for each character. It's not going to take as long as I thought it was going to get to level 70, I don't think, in construction. Now that I'm properly focusing down on maximising EXP gain. Can't replace any 12s. Keep that 12 to replace that 12. We have 11s or 12s that are not boosts. There's a 12. Swap that for that. Just in case we get those unlocked. In fact, we do need that. This should be done as well. Two more of this and then focus on those. Liquids are fine. That's everything other than this one. You know, we've got this one to a high enough level. Let's allow our elemental sorceress to catch up for as long as we're mining, then we'll have to take them off, otherwise they're going to fill our inventory. Let's get them caught up to our main, since they are our second main. Empty out that first. Okay. Let's confirm angle and location. There's big sea creatures. I wonder whether or not that's a mod I've added or whether that's vanilla. Negative 300, 850. We're a wee bit too far north. You can actually see the thing now. I swear this anchor does nothing. You can right click it to make it appear as if it's dropped, but it doesn't change anything. It just makes it disappear. Looks like it gets thrown out of the front. Is it supposed to I wonder if I'm misinterpreting how that anchor is supposed to work. No, because we've been running almost the entire way here with it down. but it looks like it gets cast out of the very prow of the ship. So I wonder if it's not supposed to anchor in the way that a normal anchor does, and instead what it's supposed to do is... I don't think we can get close enough. It gets thrown out of the front. And it anchors you to here. Nah. Yeah, it goes down there, but it's not down there, and it doesn't slow you down at all. Let's park properly. There's our parking space. Okay. These away. Get that out. Get that out. Get these out because I have a plan. Pick up that chest. Hold on our back for a moment. Torches out. And of course. Can you stop spawning for long enough? Where the hell do you come from? Taking them out with magic takes a little bit too long. It's 3 seconds a cast. High Vift activity, wonderful. That means that this is going to be a perpetual pain. They're probably going to spawn as quick as I can harvest them if I don't just leave the dead bodies around. Let me get down now. Damn your rocks. Okay, we're just going to leave the bodies, we're not going to bother harvesting them. You do know my armor is just fabric. Can you stop, please? Why are there so many of you? Place the torches down, you stupid thing. Just because I'm holding shift doesn't mean I don't want to place the item on the ground. How did that miss? It went straight through its body. Hitbox and those things aren't just ridiculous, they're broken. Okay, we better put down some extra torches. Because it looks like it's gonna be a problem for a bit. And we may as well seal the hole. Okay, that should be enough. Okay, I'm going to make this a little bit easier on us in the future, because I had a plan anyway. Okay. Oh, we forgot to... It's a good job, because I forgot to grab them. I meant to grab... Oh, we did grab the ladders. Okay, good. And excellent, we have got a space here. Wonderful. What we are going to be doing is... going down. One, two, three. Good. This is all still sandstone. Oh. No, we're going to go this way first. Just because it's going to be slightly easier. 3, 4. I mean, I could have used the chisel that makes polished stone, but at least this way it gives us the option to use this as is, rather than committing to using polished stone. Which one would it be? I think it's, yeah, it's cut polished rock. It's the top one. That is the chisel we would need. Do this one first, just because I can still get up to that one without a ladder. Bollocks. At the moment, I already have to change off of this character because they've already reached the same level as the other one. Elemental Sorceress just kills so fucking quick. I don't think I need to tweak anything. Cards should be right. Yeah. Hopefully our chisel will last long enough. We can do all of these. Okay, let's collect the torches on the way out. I'll give things the opportunity to spawn down there, but I don't believe they can get to the ladders. Did we bring the shovel with us? I think we did. It's only relevant insofar as to be able to get out of here quickly. Which might be a problem given that they've caused another landslide. They may have actually blocked the exit off now. Put this back on our back. Good view of the shovel on us. Let's go collect the torches. Get on the boat and leave. Oh, hang on a second. Best viewers! Let's report. Spam. Spam. Add in viewers. Next. Verify. And ban. And within the next 60 seconds, that account will be banned. The least I can do is make it as difficult as possible for them to bother other people. Damn it. I forgot to take the chest off our back. Doesn't make that big of a difference, but... let's grab a couple more cogs. Oh, we have a 14. Is there another 12? There's a 12, there's a 12. We have some 12s we can replace. Is that done? Not quite. Divine Knight's already leveled up. How many times is that? They were at... I think they were at 207. So I think they've leveled up 5 times. They don't kill anywhere near as quick as elemental sorcerers, but they can, on a good map, get a lot of kills very quickly. Okay, yeah, so a lot of them are going to need about another 10 minutes to finish that quest, and at that point, the quest that comes after this wants 1 million on every character for a different mob, and he can fuck off until I've got some levels on the Death Note. Because that's just going to be too much. negative 600, negative 400. Okay, our aim is a little off. We're probably hitting about here. Up to do us. Ever so slightly overcompensated. Okay. Not got much light left in today. We've probably gone long enough to make a quick run over. And yeah, the chest is on our back. All right. It's fine. Let's put this away for now. I'm away upstairs. I need to reignite these. I don't think we put any other torches anywhere else. It's just those ones in there. So let's reignite these. It's actually not. Because we have to pick them up anyway for them to update the fact that they're now lit. Oh, we went through that salad. Very well, we shall start the next salad. Right, before we go for our run, because we are going to have to go over the top of a mountain. Get a little bit of mana back. In fact, no, let's not go over the mountain. Let me grab the... no, that is where I want to be. Okay, yeah, we'll go over the mountain, but I am looking for other things. I think this still goes off even if it isn't rendering. There we go. And in fact, this is the perfect opportunity to test a thing. You. Okay, our movement speed is now 220. I'm surprised that thing didn't attack me. They can be... Oh, you're not a bear or a moose. You're a cow. Climbing slopes, the one point where enemies do actually have a reasonable chance to catch me, because they all have step assist. Which, if I have enough survival levels, might be worth me actually investing in at this point. I think it's still possible that a bone napper egg can spawn up here. It should be high enough. It should be snowy enough. It's just the spawn probability isn't exactly high in general, and there's not much of this area for it to spawn in. That's bears. That's moving at this speed, I could easily miss it. Up here is not where we were trying to go anyway. We just need to be on the other side of this mountain, and I didn't want to go around. This is a very green area for the middle of winter. Okay. Is this one of the trio? There's a location around here on my map that has 3 ruins. I just thought they were all out in the open. Are they beech trees? They are in fact fruit trees. We did not, however, bring an axe. We have enough fruit trees to be getting on with anyway. We need to see whether or not the ones we've planted take. Okay. Still have high rift activity, which is going to become a problem soon, but for now. Now, all I know is that the Coppertail Dragon exists. That's it. I don't know how you identify its spawn location. Or its rarity. Okay. Ah, right, yeah, so that's the thing that we've just gone past, so... It might be here, if there's trees here. Yeah, okay. Okay, good, that's that one. So we have correctly identified where we are. We're here. Yeah, directly underneath those is going to be a good location, which is annoying. So I'm looking for a large flat area, or flat-ish area, that's in this... oh, survival. We can reset this later if we need the extra point. Where is... Step Assist? Damn it, we need on the road and this. For Step Assist. And I need to save a point. So never mind. Yeah, we need a large flat area in slate that we can dig a giant tunnel underneath haphazardly to try and find white marble. Somewhere over here. We need to head this way. This is probably the best area to do it, but there's a set of ruins here, 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 and here, which makes me concerned that there's potentially spawners there. But we do want to be heading in a general direction back. minutes left on our speed. What's that dangling from its mouth? Oh, it's an elephant. I thought it was a panther or something. Just because it's dark. Its trunk doesn't look right. We should be about here. He's somewhere around this area. I'll head this way around. The snipers with their rocks. That is not good. Thankfully, they don't chase for very long if they decide to have a go at you. Bunch of lionesses. Your base speed is way too high. Goddamn snipers with rocks. Yeah, there's no way. He basically just teleported to me to take a bite out of me. I was miles ahead of him. And then suddenly I stopped for a second and he's there. So that does confirm that there's definitely a problem with the movement system of the creatures from that Born of a Stone Age. I don't know what it is, but they do not respect proper speeds. Okay, that's where one of the runes is. I've got myself slightly turned around. I'm not sure which direction I'm looking. I think I'm heading in the right direction for where I want to be going, which is home. If I had to guess, the problem with the Born of a Stone Age creatures is that they don't have a limit to how long they can accelerate for. Can we get down here? Yes. There we go. Follow this coastline and we'll get home. I might go for a swim, although I don't think swim speed movement speed affects swim speed. Oh, we are going a little bit faster. I apologise that it is very, very black on yours. There's not much I can do about that. It's just the way ABS works. I assure you, I can see enough to traverse. Although at the minute we're just swimming in a straight line. Are we not wearing our gear? We must be, because the water's glowing. Yeah, we wouldn't be able to see the floor if he wasn't wearing the temple gear around our neck. Okay, I think the next thing I'm going to do, we're going to try and get the dig spell. Because my plan is that I'm going to find a large flat area and then, or in the slate, or where we know the slate, and then we're going to dig down to be maybe 3 blocks underneath, or 3 stone blocks. No, we'll go 2 or 1 stone block underneath the lowest part of the rock base. And then I'm just going to use that 3x3 dig to dig a long channel and then spring off from those two until we can find hopefully white marble. If we can't find white marble, we're going to have a problem, because that's what we're supposed to be making the entrance hall out of. Still have high rift activity. It'll take a second or two for the rifts to spawn over here, though. Okay, put that flask away. Did the job. Oh yeah, I need to make a little bit of plaster. Not what we want for the time being, though. So, first things first. I think we have a spare one? We do. This is the only real one from here that I potentially still want. We already have that. We already have grow. Hydration's not useful. We have Ignite. We have Reap, but it's not useful either. We have a higher tier Telekinesis, I believe. And Temple Torch also isn't that helpful. It's not a particularly good spell. So let's get the things we'll need for Dig one way or the other. 16 Abyssal Ash. 1 Blank Grimoire. We have no blank grimoires at the minute. Two leather, 8 parchment. Was that 4? 4 primordial fragments. Let's just make the 4. $16 ash, 4 compound. The Fat, 8 Arcanus, 4 gears. Scaffolding is a little bit sticky. This is not where we're keeping them anymore. Our storage room's over here now. 3 Fat, 4 gears. Compound, Fat, Arcanus, gears. Let's try not to blow this thing up this time round. We'll take it steady. How's our staff and armor? Armor's fine. Staff could use a little repairing. Do we have any spares? No, we've used them all by the looks of it. Oh no, we have some spares. Right. Throw that in there. Add one of these. Oh yeah, the stones as well. Trying to figure out why it seems like it's gone down so much. Okay. Let's put the map back on the boat. Can't really pet you, can I? And we've tried feeding you, but since the first time you accepted our food, we can't seem to get you to eat anything else. Screw you! Where the hell even are you? There you are. You shot me through the wall. Hacks. That was through the wall. Can't meditate with that in our hand. There's a few things this could end up being, assuming that it doesn't just fail, but failure is only 20% now on tier 1 spells. 80% possibility of success. Never mind. Exactly the spell we wanted the first time. Okay, let's double check. 16 Abyssal Essence. Blank Grimoire. 4 Rustic Compound. 3 Lumps of Fat. 8 Arcanus. 4 Rusty Gears. And an attunement. That. Okay. Make sure we can see the pedestal. There we go. Let me put this on the end. Actually, no. Let's have it there, in that space. Now I believe destroys stone. Only affects raw stone and dirt. Marble would still count as raw stone. Even if we can find the marble, how much marble are we even going to need for this? We need enough marble for the entirety of this floor. It's the bottom bit of this that we're looking at. And then a 2x2 edge for the floor above. So that's the balcony. And then that little area in the middle for the stairwell. And then chisel in, or then we're going to need extra blocks because we also want to make the hand railing out of marble. And we also want to have some columns, although the columns I might make out of pink and green respectively. Oh yes, and then we also need some for here and up there. If we say whatever the size of this floor is times 2, that's probably going to get us somewhere near close. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. This is 40 by 14, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. My 14 times table isn't that good, so 14 times 14 times 2, 392 divided by 64. 6 and a bit stacks. Can we even get that from a single... It depends on how big they are. A single vein of... Is vein the right word to even use? Yeah, I suppose so. Single vein of marble. This really is the best place for it if it weren't for the runes sitting directly above that we may end up just digging clean into. I don't know what's underneath there. The concentration of these runes. One set here, there's another bunch here, and another little one there. Makes me think there's potentially something else under them. But that really is going to be the best place for this. Because then we can just come down this way. By about 2,000 blocks. And spread out 1,000 blocks on either side. Everywhere else is a bit too hilly. Water features here. I think at this point we're back in granite area. That was a while ago now, we can get rid of that. Yeah, it really is the best choice. And we need to come up here at some point. I think it's around about here. And do some prospecting as well. Because there's shale there. And shale has lead in it. And we need lead. For other things. There's chert rock up here. There's andesite well down deep underneath where we are, but I think andesite has spawned over here. Where was that small patch of limestone we found? I think it must be about here. I don't think it was this far up. Okay. We'll make a start on this. We'll dig ourselves a little tunnel down. So we don't need to be that far down, so we'll grab the wooden ladders. We'll dig down underneath here. And then just head south. We do have... it shouldn't matter too much. Not until we've found the marble. The goal is just to find marble. I'm not going to bother excavating it today. Let's gather up some things, because a lot of our mining tools are about to break anyway, and they need to be replaced. How long are you going to keep in there? Not long enough. How many arrows we got? Need to be careful of that. Be ready just to leave. Ladders are on the boat. Oh, put the crystal away. Let's bring this with us. I don't think we're going to need a bag of holding. It's going to depend on whether or not this drops the stone. I'm working on the assumption it's not going to, but I could be wrong. That should stop it from spoiling for long enough. Pasteurized milk heals? Did not know that. Okay. Medium drift activity, that's better. Some ladders in here. Let's grab all but one of my torches. We'll take a leisurely boat ride over because I want it to be daytime before we actually start doing this, and it's a bit early. It has been an hour. Has this character got enough experience? We'll let them level one more time, and then I will grab my traps and then put it on this character, the Berserker. Methinks. Shouldn't take it too long to reach max level. Or rather, to level up again. Still got a little ways to go, particularly given that we're going at half speed. I don't think we've reached the pass yet. Yeah, this isn't a great map for Divine Knights. They excel when either the platforms are close together or there's just one long platform. Almost there. In terms of their level. And there we go, they dinged. Let's set them going. Okay. Now we are through the pass. The Blood Berserker seems to be one of the hardest class to level up, because they don't really have any ability to get mobs to respawn. They just get a bonus to their multi-kills. It's -3. That means that the ice here might start forming around our boat if we're not careful. Okay, we need the ladders. Don't need these, don't need these. Let's grab that just so that we can get the right location for our pole. I'll grab that anyway, but we're not going to be able to get much. Okay. We don't have resupplied this. 2 swigs of healing oil. Over here, and this way. I didn't realise quite how many redwoods there are over here. That is wrong. Unless this doesn't go all the way around. It's the fact that this isn't being shown as gravel on the map that makes me think I'm not actually where I'm supposed to be. In fact, I'm not. I've gone too far, I'm over here. Which means one of the structures is there. There's another one of the structures. That'll be this bit here. I don't need bees, I just want to see the bees. Oh, hollow tree. Seeds and things. Okay, here we are. Near enough bag on. It'll do. Okay. Dig down. Ladder for support. Now the thing I don't know is how this dig spell works. It's a 3x3, but is that a 3x3 centered on where I'm targeting? We'll find out in a second. Okay. Okay, quite literally centered on the block I'm looking at, which means if we want to use this efficiently... then we want to do that. Or even then, that didn't get all of them. That just got the front bit. Wait, that just hit me a whole bunch of times in quick succession. Okay, so we do need to be down a bit more, and that does answer another question. Can this cause cave-ins? The answer is yes. Okay, so we're going to need to be down one more, and it is actually converting the rocks. That's what's happening. It was trying to land on there and it couldn't land on there, so it tried to land on here and just didn't care that it also couldn't do that. So this plan may be immediately scuppered. If casting this spell can cause a cave-in, because that renders the spell absolutely useless. It's not the direction we actually wanted to be heading. And speed-wise, we may just as well be digging a 1x1 line. It's only going to be a matter of time until it caves in twice and brings the top layer down on us. So yeah. This spell is not fit for the purpose that I wanted to use it for. Which means the only real way to do it is the way that we were doing it in the other location. Like this. It's not like we can prospect for marble. You know, we should probably go 3 deep. Just because the marble we found has been close to the surface doesn't mean that that's the only place it spawns. Plus, we're going to struggle to breathe if we keep it too deep. Okay, the binding on this will break before the head does, but when it does, then we need to replace the head anyway. The reason I wanted to use this spell was because the 3x3 block would just make it easier to spot any small bit if we are just slightly off an actual block of marble. But given the cast time and the fact that it's causing cave-ins, we're better off just doing this. And hoping that if we find marble, it is in fact white marble, and not green or pink. Because we already have a vein of green and pink. There it goes. The handle go as well? Oh no, the handle ended up here. Okay, plan failed. We didn't bring the right type of storage to be able to do this way. Still has speed for 5 minutes. Oh, there's a translocator up there. It looked like one that was going to spawn enemies, but apparently not. Are they all parts? I think they're all 3 of these runes are part of the same effective generation. What we got in here? Just the lore book. We'll leave that for now. I'll come back another day. We don't have any inventory space. And that's the other bit of the structure that we've seen, isn't it? Yeah, graveyard. So it is just all part of the same thing. Oh. Game block ground storage. This may have been caused by the fact that we removed a mod, but it should have recalculated the... yeah, we should have recalculated the things. It was only Pet AI. Pet AI doesn't add any blocks, I don't think. Yeah. It's all part of a single generation. It's just partially covered by the foliage in the trees. There they are. So they are stuck in here. We cast our haste speed before we make our way back. I don't really have any use for all this extra slate. In fact, I don't even think I have a place to store all this extra slate. Is there any other way that I can get white marble in sufficient enough quantities? We know where there's green, we know where there's pink. But they're in cliffs or cliff edges. Is there a different material I could use? That is marble-esque? I wonder. I appreciate your interest in me, but I would rather you didn't, so... Okay. We don't have something on our inventory that doesn't have a use. Or that it isn't going to try to use. So be it. I have neither the inventory nor the care to do anything with that. It can just rot. Yeah, our only option if we want to find marble is just to continue to dig long trenches to try and find the marble. I was hoping I had made the option easier with the dig spell, but the dig spell is useless. I am going to throw it away. When we get back. It's not like we have a means of converting anything to what's it called? Marble. Dig spell would be fine if we didn't have cave-ins enabled, but in fact it triggers cave-ins, renders it useless. We are way off. This thing is still way off. We're aiming at that. The lowest part in the hill. Yep, it's our only option. A long, laborious bunch of digging to try and find it. Well, if that's the case, that's the case. We better make some preparation for that. We need a new pickaxe. And while we're replacing the pickaxe, we may as well replace any other tools that also could use it. Might as well get some additional support beams. Excuse me, sorry I'm hiccuping. Just quickly regenerate a bit of mana. So yeah, the shovel needs replacing. I think the knife is on its way out, but that just needs reforging. I don't need to replace that. Yeah, head durability is low enough that I may as well reforge it. The handle and the binding's actually fine. So shovel, pickaxe, reforge the knife. That's fresh. We need a new rough cut chisel, although not at the minute. Actually, no, we will do, because when we find the marble, we'll need this to actually bring it back. So that needs replacing. You need saddle breaking for the day. Although, we still need another 8 scales. I drink from this pod without uncorking it. Interesting. I can drink it a little bit at a time. Can I recork it from my offhand? No, that's still drinking it. Didn't know you could use bottles that way. I'll leave the door open for you this time. Is that handle worth keeping? No, we may as well give it a fresh one. It's not the thing I meant to throw. There we go. Nah, that's still got some life in it. Okay, let's forge some fresh tools. We already have these, so yeah. Okay, that handle's still good. Break that down into... Ah, no, we need to turn it into a workpiece first. And then break that down into bits. That is a rough cut chisel. Now let's take this apart. We might get a binding back out of this. No, okay, fair enough. We have enough iron bits to reforge that. Chisel, shovel, pickaxe. Do I have ignition 2 or ignite 2? No, let's grab ignite 2. It'll give us the opportunity to dispose of the useless spell. Okay. Okay, this is meteoric iron, so we need to work it over there. Right, yes, the emergency knife. The emergency knife in the case that we need a knife and we don't have a knife. Or we need a knife to make a better knife, but we don't have a knife. Because the knife is the thing we're trying to make better. Well, I've got spare handles, so it's not a problem. How much is missing? 2 bits worth.3 bits worth, in fact. Okay, epic quality. Attack power 4.2. I should have paid attention to what it was previously. We shouldn't need the bits anymore. I can't start a crafting recipe using bits. Oh yes, the heft hammer, that's awesome. We have so many things that we technically should be doing. I haven't actually looked at our list for a while. We did go mine more copper at some point. We figured out where the fruit trees go. We've made the path. We still need to make some more walls than that. We've done the bricks. We've worked on the house. We've sorted out our yogurt. We've got the fruit trees. We haven't found a dragon egg. We haven't found ice. We haven't found lead. Still need to do those. Still need to do those. Okay. Pickaxe first. Remember, do not punch out the last bit. Save the last bit. Shovel. And then a rough cut chisel. I think this basically comes fully formed, it just needs to be hammered out. Okay. Bring this up to full temperature. Pick that up. Put that back in. Finish it. Cool it. Okay. Oh, balls, we was going to use these. Never mind. When the hammer next dies, it can have those handles instead. Alright, that's already sharp. Let's hone these. Shovel looks a little weird in that image. It's definitely the same as this. It just looks strange here for some reason. Okay. Replacement / upgrades complete. Maybe we go get some iron. If for no other reason than to give us the ability to get some arrows. Or replace our arrows. We have this, but we can't heat it to the point that we can... I think I need to wait until I could get, or if we end up with 120 bits, then it's possible we can reform it in the bloomery. But let's go get some more iron. Thankfully, there is a vein that's already exposed. In fact, isn't there 2 veins that are already exposed? I don't remember if we cleared out the other one. Let's get another lot of salad. I know there's one vein directly underneath the primary mine. Over here. But I thought... Yeah, no, there's a second one. We never finished it. I don't think. Let me just get the support beams. It was right, we didn't finish this. Hey Val. Yeah, this was a poor quality vein, wasn't it? I forget whether the one that's directly underneath that ladder was a poor or medium quality. This roof needs support. But this line is almost done. Okay. 1, 2, 3. No, the other way around. Keep forgetting that. You start from the top and go down. Didn't bring enough, I don't think, to cross grid the top of this. We'll try. No. Need to get some more of that. That's fine. Let's get another 2 lines worth. Should see us for a while. Before I check, okay, let me check something. Okay, no, that's fine. Just making sure my Blood Berserker hadn't leveled up too high. They're only at 112. They can get a few more levels before I'll swap them out. Okay, that'll do us. Okay, is there anything else I can do? It isn't going to take us too long, given we're 25 minutes away from the end of the stream. Or usual stream end time, more accurately. This is going to take cooking the iron is going to take 40 minutes. That takes too long. We could work a bit more on the roof, but I'd rather just start that with the means of just doing a large section of it rather than trying to find a small section we can do. Farm doesn't need tending, animals don't need tending. I think we may end up ending early unless there's something else I can figure out what to do. Our white marble problem is just going to be a time sink thing. Just a whole lot of digging and hoping that we actually hit a vein of white marble. And then praying that that vein has 7 stacks worth of it in it. Because that's how much we think we need to do this entrance hall. I don't think our meats are ready either. One's full. These away, we're not going to need them. Keep the shovel on us for now. The last of the spoiling milk. The cork back in the bottle, and then we'll put that downstairs. I'll prep that to be fired, but we won't actually fire it today. That might be something we can do for short term. Burn a few minutes. They shouldn't have grown because the server's been paused. Yeah, they haven't. That's fine. Can't make any more rolls on plants, but we do have some red clay that we can convert to fire clay. Just question of which magical method is the best way to do that. Am I better off mass producing flint or mass converting red clay? Creation loose stone to flint. And that would be... well, it's 16 at a time one way or another. That uses light mana torches. Balance uses normal mana torches. And can convert 16 red clay to 16 fire clay. Okay, it's going to be more efficient for us to turn stone into flint. Grind the flint. Fire the flint to make calcinated flint. Turn that into fire clay. So that's creation, which is light mana torches. not wanting for stone. This one here should be creation. Gonna need that as well. Check this and transmute. I think that's near enough that it should work. Bollocks, don't waste the temple torch, or the temple chalk. Although we have now got a bunch more temple gears, I'm not too opposed to replacing that, but magic chalk isn't that expensive, it's just it saves us from having to redraw this every time. There it goes. Fun fact, it doesn't matter if the mana torches are lit or not, so long as they are all here. Damn it. That's also a nice reason to have the temple chalk. I don't think we've got much wind at the moment. So this may actually be a non-starter. Okay, throw that in there. This windmill isn't at its full power. We can add another set of blades to it. And we probably have the materials for it. Do you remember what kind of blades these were? It's probably a sail. Yeah, sail. And it's ascended sail. Really? We make them in groups of 4? I mean, we are going to need some extras. But this needs a group of 6 to add to it. Just take my own head off. Did I ever... Yeah, I think we did figure out what was making that noise. Sticks. We lack sticks. We don't need many sticks. Before it gets too dark. Let's deal with some of this bush over here. Ah, yeah, that's right. You're all stuck in here. Very angry trying to get at me. Coyote? Mallards, ducks, they all just look at them all. I'm not about to let them out. Half of them want to eat me. It's not my fault they fell in there. Okay, 24. We need to make 2 lots. Too close, go away. Feel like I need... Yeah, it's 8 per. We can use waxed linen as well. We do actually have some spare waxed linen, and honestly, we're going to take ages to get through it. I didn't realize quite how many things I can make from just the one. Because we needed it for frame linings, but you get 4 for 1. So I made too many. I feel like I'm missing something. Nope. Yeah, that may need to go a little bit higher. Almost certainly does need to go a bit higher. Problem for future me. Right, yeah. Definitely going to need more of them. We'll make it higher. And it will in fact allow us to add another set of sails. And it can keep running at 15 wind speed now, so that's probably as many as we need to add to this thing in order for it to be able to run this. Although that's not how you grind these. I need to calcinate them first. Yeah, we need to fire them first. And then we grind them. How hot do these need, or do you need to be? I think these need, yeah, they are going to need, charcoal. We'll feed them a couple for now and then go put away everything else. Let's have fire pits. Such a godsend. I think it's better fire pits. That allows the recipe to keep its temperature rather than resetting the temperature of the flint every single time it's finished crafting once. Which is very irritating way of doing it. So like just grabbing new cogs. No boosts to player experience found. That should be enough. They maintain their heat relatively well, but no reason not to be safe rather than sorry. Anyway, the only thing we're going to be doing here is waiting for this. So I will worry about turning this into fire clay once they're done, but I will call it there for today's stream. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the show. We'll be streaming again tomorrow because I'm over at Mum's on Thursday, so we can't stream on Thursday. We'll probably get some more work done on the roof. Ouch. I don't know whether or not I want to do marble hunting on camera, because that's just a lot of digging in a straight line for a prolonged period of time just trying to find white marble. Which isn't exactly the most engaging, but then neither is going to be chiseling the entire roof. Such is the way of things. But I'll figure something out, one way or the other. So yeah, we'll be back again tomorrow from 2 PM GMT onwards, so hopefully we will see you next time. Cheerio.